Ben, Mike, how we doing?
Doing good, brother. How we
When
doing?
looks like
All right.
the intro freezed up. No surprise.
All
Looks like
good, all
Trump's
good.
driving over to do.
Wheels are turning, people. Wheels are turning.
So we
Oh
probably
yeah.
don't have much time. What let me get this feedback turned off. All right, there we go. What do you guys think really quickly? Let me get your opinions. Start with you, Ben. What are you expecting tonight? Just, you don't have to be predictive. Just what are you hoping to hear, I guess, in
I may be
this?
hoping to hear a little bit, maybe the reconstruction happening. Definitely putting a focus on human trafficking. Definitely the crisis, what's going on the southern border. We know the wall's already been built, so I don't think there should be a huge thing on the wall. Maybe there is, but it'll be interesting. Nancy Pelosi will be sitting right behind him, and we're going to be seeing every smirk, every little every time that he says something that she doesn't like. So it's going to be very, very interesting, and I'm excited. What do you think, Woodman?
I really have to agree that the neatest thing, though, I really, if you watch him, I believe he's going to be very, very um, mellow at uh, I can't, his deliverance, I guess, for his whole speech.
Hmm.
In other words, he doesn't have to like buckle up and whatever, you know. He's going to be doing this on a real mellow tone. He's going to get his point across. Uh, I can't wait to hear what he's got to say,
Oh
honestly.
man. All right, I'll take over here. First off, 2691 in the room, guys. 2691. This has got to
Wow.
be a record.
You
Thank
guys are
you all
amazing.
for joining.
Amazing.
All right, we don't want to miss anything, so I guess we got a couple up here. Looks like they're not talking into the mic yet. Pelosi, Pence, the same thing. I think we're going to hear the peak of the last month and a half. I wouldn't call it like brainwashing, just a topic that has not been talked about a lot with the mainstream. We could all agree. Me and Ben were talking,
Yes.
me and Woodman have been talking, but it's like, one thing is the mainstream has their narrative all these years. Finally, I'm arguing with people on social media about trafficking. They're not denying it's happening. I'm not denying it. They're denying that it's all happening in the empty spots. I'm saying that it does happen in the empty spots where there's no wall, no barrier. And they're saying, no, it's happening where there's people. And I was like, so you don't want to build a wall where it's not happening because you think it's not happening there and it won't work. But you're admitting to the areas that it's happening at, that people are there. People have salary jobs to stop it. And it's happening there at an all-time peak. Yes. Wasn't that a waste? So we're having this great conversation, this debate for the first time about that's what's huge. So is that his
I
whole
would
plan
I
the
would
whole
have to
time?
agree. It's interesting. I mean, obviously, thanks to all of our moderators right now in the house, all the super chats
Yes.
are
When you buy it,
amazing. You guys are
yes, you
helping us
guys.
out and getting the studio up and going, and lots of love to, like I said, Woodman coming in, myself, and getting everything we can to you guys. On that note, to unpack that, this is some real historical stuff that's happening because we know the wall's already been it's building now. The process, it's almost like it's we have miles already gone and we're in the process of building it. So the whole fact that we're talking about human trafficking, no matter what side you're on, is still mind blowing. The fact that this is coming to the forefront. I would have to agree that there's big stuff happening, and it's not just about the wall. And I would agree as well. I think he's going to come very calm, very cool, very collect, because the calmer he is, the harder the hammer falls down.
Yes, folks, we just jumped to 3,050 in the room. So
It's amazing, amazing.
hoping everything's working out. I got a black screen on my end. I mean, it's saying that it's a great stream. Health is green.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
seeing here on one of my other machines, in studio, outside studio here, and I got a good feed going as well. So you got it pretty healthy here.
All right. Let me see here. Got the background noise
Yeah,
going.
I can't. I just can't wait because I know they've everyone's portrayed Trump to be some kind of a radical type, blow his temper type, yell, scream, holler, get the job done, whatever. It's gonna be nice to watch him be in a very mellow tone and deliver a very good message that chops right through the muscle into the bone. I believe that's how it's gonna
I
be.
would agree. I would
That's
agree. I mean, that's this.
perfectly put, Woodman. Yeah, no, I agree too.
And notice these guys down on your lower screen, you guys. Notice these Democrats and Republicans. I mean, they're all, before business is happening, these people aren't evil people in amongst themselves. They're communicating. Look, there's bipartisanship right there. We're watching live. They're shaking hands. They're crossing aisles.
You guys,
So
the super chats aren't stopping.
Other than
It's just a row of them.
it's amazing, you guys.
Don't you always
Thank you.
keep your enemy close by? Isn't that what the phrase is? Always keep your
enemy close.
by.
Yeah, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Folks, I'm glad that we have the room set up. It gives everyone a place to. A lot of the Patriots here. It's just awesome. So enjoy this. It's a lot of the other channels. You'll have their banners up. We're just doing ours to make sure we cover the feed that we're getting it from, not to offend these channels that put out the feed. But I'll tell you what, you're gonna get this. We're not talking and narrating it like a football game. I don't know too many other channels that do that, other than they cut away from it sometimes or refuse to air it. But we're just happy to have a room full of Patriots. It's almost like the Patriot Hour. It's a happy hour for Patriots. You guys are gonna get, chat. Of course, there's trolls. We welcome all. Take the red pill, the gold pill, whatever you want to call it, the pill of truth. 34-31. Records, Ben, Woodman. All right, here we go. We're going to come on in. Take an order.
Uh-oh. What happened?
It's there.
Oh, okay.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chambers. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Bustos. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Hill. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barraza. The Senator from Missouri, Mr. Blunt. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernest. The Senator from Indiana, Mr. Young. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Massachusetts, Ms. Warren. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. And the Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
Members of the escort committee will exit through the lobby doors. I don't see where that one is. This or is that forever?
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises: to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky, and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes: Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Please. gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office, and we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, right to try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant, and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA of rejection. We passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospital crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin Thank you. When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation, and more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. Thank you, Alvin. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common-sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need, and these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Really great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Thank you. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal, but no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words: Made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes, as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. Fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others. Or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. 2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face, and have for many years, is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer, and he was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. but he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Mattson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday. Great. They wouldn't do that for me, Judah. Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans! It's the Americans!" Thank you. A second Holocaust survivor who is here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. To me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists. And they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story. A year after he stormed the beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau. He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together in the gallery tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. When American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944, they were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old, but they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn. Why did they do it? They did it for America. They did it for us. Everything that has come since our triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery, our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice, all of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers before you voted to end slavery, to build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await. Our biggest victories are still to come. We have not yet begun to dream. We must choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans. We do the incredible. We defy the impossible. We conquer the unknown. This is the time to reignite the American imagination. This is the time to search for the tallest summit and set our sights on the brightest star. This is the time to rekindle the bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make. I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials we face, no matter the challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, all right. All right, we don't hear Ben at all. I don't know if his... All right, you guys hear me pretty good out there? Good to go? Comms 5 of 5. Do you hear me? Yep, they got me. Okay. Ben, we don't hear you, I don't think.
Check, 1, 2.
There it is. I took
You good
your
now?
feed down. I took it way down, and all of a sudden...
No. I had it muted, by the way. Time out.
Okay.
You can put it back up. It's all good.
The minute
I
I
was
did
trying
that.
to squiggle the
All
wrong
right.
mouse. I got multiple machines here, people. We're trying to pump it
Hey,
out to you guys.
Yeah, when we were watching that, we had everything turned off as well, and I had to remember last minute to even turn mine back on. So what'd you guys think? I got a few notes here. That was awesome. So you kind of went over economy, the border crisis, 15 more days, or 10 days, right? The 15th.
More days, yep.
So I'm thinking 15, but it's 10 days to the 15th. And then legally welcome. We love our, legal immigration. We do a lot of it a year, guys. And he was given props to that.
That's part of our
Legally,
economy,
no,
man.
right? Legally, no. So
Exactly.
I like that. American taking, folks, the way to dispute this with people tomorrow or for now on, if you talk about, well, we got to stop this illegal immigration crime. Oh, well, we got that going on here already. Tell them, yeah, an American life taken by another American life is one thing. We actively, with tax dollars, enforce a police force to go around, figure out the crimes, and arrest these people. We actively do that. We're not going to take on the world's crimes anymore. All right, we got wars for that. We send troops out. Trump's trying to bring them all back. For them people to try to blend into your head that we just need to let all criminals in and we'll get them. We got others that do it here already. That's like putting gas on your own house fire. Do you put water on fire that you're trying to put out, or do you pour gas on it?
Exactly.
We'll take care of it all. So American taking an American life is one thing. an American taken by an illegal that is not supposed to be here is not acceptable at all anymore. And we arrest and pursue with our tax dollars. We got to remember that. So, all right. Anyway, what did you get out of all that, Ben?
Well, he went over a few things. I mean, in the beginning, he talked about obviously the Space Force. He hinted on that with the American rockets. It felt a little bit like a JFK. You know, we choose the moon because it's the right way. Kind of a feel to it. My JFK impression. He pitted in there to
Careful, they're banning that.
World War II. Yeah, but World War II, very critical. Very critical. D-Day, all leading up to that, who honored some of our World War II vets. Lots of love. You and I are veterans. To those of who know the Patriot Hour and all these episodes, we always give lots of shout-outs to all of our brothers and sisters who served in our military. It's a huge, huge plus.
Yes.
He went over the obviously the security, the issuing of the southern border. He briefly touched on the drugs, the crime. We went about that as well. Also talked about human trafficking. He really, again, was using a very descriptive words to really shape this narrative and trying to explain out to the main people. This is the State of the Union, you guys. This is something where almost larger than the Super Bowl people watch that. I mean, a lot of people watch the Super Bowl. On from there, he talks about AIDS. Within 10 to 12 years, it could be aggressively eradicating possibly this autoimmune deficiency thing they have going on.
About 10 years, then he went into cancer. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it's child cancer. This is some huge stuff. I mean,
so he took the first little bit to go over all his accomplishments. So that was good. I mean, who wouldn't? You're going to name off everything you did positive. The you know, GDP, the unemployment, the different groups, number lowest in 50 years for every group.
The women, I know that even a few months ago he was saying that, you know, the women in the workforce is like at the all-time high in the last 60 years. He now announced at the State of the Union that is the all-time record ever high. So, I mean, just record after record after record after record. We're talking about the USMCA deal is still it's still sitting, needs to get passed through. We all know how the North American Free Trade Agreement just killed us. We got
super
tariffs.
Chats. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
A lot about
super chats.
Oh
super
my
chats.
gosh, it's huge blessing.
I'm sitting there
now,
really in with, you know, me and Ben were chatting a little bit real quick on the side here. And every once in a while, I mean, I'm just into the speech. We're kind of breaking it down, taking notes as it's happening. Oh, I'm going to write that down right now because that was a good point. And then he's like, look at the screen. I'm like, oh my gosh, we couldn't give a shout out to every name, folks. Actually, give me 1 second here, Ben. Just 1 second. We should do this. I'll go through this list a little bit. I'm going to go all the way back to the top.
Oh, cool. No, lots of love to you guys, man.
And I'm not trying to butcher names,
you guys
but
are putting this out there.
Colleen Solders, Sharon Atkins, Beverly Adams, Darlista Hopper, Kim Smith, Alan Price, Don, Sheerfire. Mike, where do you get your music tracks? Honestly, a lot of them just come from the YouTube creator area. All right, there's people out there that just create music just like we create videos, and they have it on there for non-monetization, free to use. So that's where a lot of it comes from. Chris Bryant, Donna M, JP, Jezzy Orlowsko-Waski, Cheryl Pacola. Oh, I've seen her before. Cheryl, thank you. Prepping Sapper, Dutchanese, if I'm saying that right.
Sapper. I know you
Dutchanese, by the way, folks, he shared us on his channel, and I got a congratulations from YouTube, kind of like you got shared. And the guy, they created that channel, created a whole thread on YouTube like you can do, and I went to it and I clicked on it just to see, and to my surprise, double the amount of subscribers we have. I think he had 300,000 that he shared our stream to. So that was very
definitely
awesome.
Somebody to kind of pay attention to and to see kind of what they're up to as well. So
yes, so I subscribed, by the way,
for sure.
I subscribed. Yeah. I put that in there. So Terry Hardy, Marissa, Dan Strasberg, Dutchanese again, Nicholas No, Connie Oakley, Dutchanese again, Skeekin Finden, Thomas Bryan, Jay Smith, Jonah Berluen, Dutchanese again, Helen, I didn't know this, guys, Camilla Puckett, Dutchanese again, Greg Campbell, Dutchanese
Wow.
again, wow,
You
Dutchanese,
guys are just, this is just
Abrula
huge,
Scott,
you guys.
Stephen Roach, Jay Reed, Dutchanese again, Prep and Sapper, Brown Eyes Rule, seen that name before, Christopher Legrette, Can't We All Just Get Along, awesome name, yes we could, Jack Randy, Simplified 0007 with an extra 0, Matthew Smith, Kristen Miller, Simplify again, 0007. Catlin Turley, DM, Rhonda Griffin, Libby Freeman, Sean Binning, Simplify 0007, ZZZZ. Awesome. Wow,
You
guys.
guys
There's
are
still a few
amazing,
more
man.
moments at the end here. Jonah Berluen, Kathy Boylard, Can't We All Just Get Along? You guys are hearing some of these names, right? Twice or 3 times or 5 times.
Oh yeah, oh for sure.
Tony
These guys
Rader.
it's amazing.
Chesty Polar, Edwin Skaroki, Javier Busta Mante, Pamela Johnson, K.E. Nightmuse, thank you, John Watson, and one just now, Sean
Oh, Sean.
and Tassion, Assault Life from Fighting Irish. Wow.
Oh yeah, you guys are awesome, man.
I think there's another one that's getting ready to pop in here that just happened. It's not showing on this yet. Maybe that was it.
And like I said, man, this is because of you guys. I mean, Mike and I, we could be talking in a garage talk, and we could be hashing out everything he said and breaking it down to the nth degree. But I mean, why, man? We want you guys, and this is what it's here for. He got on some other kind of interesting things as well.
Yeah, what do you think on? So, are we? Did he do what he needed to do on the national emergency? Let's cover that area real quick here. What do you think?
I think he addressed that without saying it. He sent, what is it, 6,550 or 5,700?
37. I heard another 3,700.
I don't know the number.
Does anyone
exactly.
remember that
You guys
exact
out
number? He talked about 3,700
Yeah.
troops, 6,000 troops, 5,000, somewhere in there.
He sent military troops.
Tina Johnston Baker. I'm going to call them out now. If there's any super chats, I'm caught up.
3750.
3780.
So
Okay, 3750, 3780. Now we're in the ballpark, folks. Thank you.
So I believe
heard
that
37.
yeah, 3750, I believe.
3750,
So
3780.
that is also kind of a nudge of the hat, if you will. How many military individuals are currently down there before the extra 3,750 troops now? So we got a good formidable.
And there's no
fighting
emergency declared, so we know he can send troops down to the border. It's not really a martial law going on because it's to seal our border. We got a crisis going on where the other country, he said it, is what? They're getting stacked up there in Tijuana area, and then they're getting them all on buses because it's killing their economy in these areas, and they're taking them down and then getting them to the open areas where people are saying they're not even taking advantage of the open areas. We gotta seal up the open areas, folks. Then they're forced to go through the points of entry, all right? That's a whole nother matter. But anyway, yeah, so what do you think?
Well, I like the fact he also, and so there is that he that's also been still. He's also identified. He used the word crisis, so he did use the word crisis within this State of the Union address as our southern porous border, and obviously he highlighted some very tragic stories. I mean, sad stories. I mean,
Darla, thank you, Patriot.
Yeah, and so, but. Another kind of a thing that he also really kind of touched on is the fact that he talked about World War II. He talked about our independence. He talked about our freedom. He talked about maintaining our independence, our sovereignty, and that also touched a really good chord with me as well, because that
Brown
also
eyes
means
rule.
that I mean, he doesn't like socialism. We don't like socialism here. Socialism means no.
That was
He talks about
huge. That was huge, man.
globalism. You got to understand. He was literally addressing when he said there are people in this room that have fences and borders to protect themselves from people on the outside or something of that nature.
We're
And
about
hardly anybody
freedom.
stood up,
We're about freedom, liberty,
safety,
sovereignty, safety. Socialism doesn't work. We're not supposed to be dependent on the government that much. It's the founding thing. Have things changed in our Constitution to mold? Yes, of course. But we're talking about the fundamentals of remaining free and not having a bunch of government in our lives. So he kind of touched on
He said it
that.
very clearly. We're a republic. He said it extremely
Wendy A.
clearly, as clear as day, as we are a republic. I don't hear any word of Democrat in that word republic.
Yes.
Now,
Wendy
he
A.
also-
Tai and Celeste J. Celeste TJ. Celeste J. Thank
Now,
you.
I think he also hopped off on that point to, with our sovereignty. He also, oh man, I just had a little brain fart, you guys. I'm trying to keep up with some of you guys'
it's
questions.
tough.
'Cause it
I'll
is-
take you back. We were talking about socialism has no place. So who does that refer to you currently in the platforms? Even the last presidential race.
the
What's going on
Alexandria
now?
Ocasio
AOC.
Cortez, AOC,
We'll call her AOC.
Pelosi's fence getting hopped over, and some of those guys. It's the abortion. He also talked about abolishing
Thank
the
you, guys.
third-term abortion. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Yeah, I got a couple of machines
Somebody's
going here.
paying
so I could-
attention. It's
Yeah,
been a
yeah,
long day.
no. I'm no. The bottom line is I'm pro-life, man. I think abortion period is wrong. I think murder is murder, and I'll tell you this much. And I'm not the only person. The law agrees with me. If you kill a pregnant person, no matter how far along she's pregnant, do you know you get convicted of 2 double homicide? So if the law requires that,
They do that
no
a
matter
lot.
What term it is?
Don't they do that a lot? Like, and then people say, well, that's different because they were going to have the baby. Well, then what's the difference of that the
That's all
ninth month?
speculative.
Well, now a lot of
I mean,
these
yeah, I
people,
mean,
they've been hitting them up, and I don't think it's everyone. You can't, again, it's hard. Once the topic comes out, it's certain people. It's not everybody.
Of course.
But yeah, it gets crazy because there
He
are
did-
people that
yeah, he
were
did, so
Tucker
we
had
touched
on.
on that.
Tucker had on, and he was like, "Well, you fought in this state, and you agree, yeah." And then he brought up this one that just happened in New York, and she was like, "Well, you didn't supposed to." He goes, "So shouldn't you be really loud about this? Is how it's supposed to go down?" He goes, "We'll leave that up to the physicians to decide. They're professionals and trained." And he was like, "Well,
Lesserie.
Lasserie.
Thank you.
Thank you." So Tucker did that. You know, he brought him on. The lady even agreed that was a little extreme, but now at this point, leave it to the physician. They're trained, and he's like, "Well, why leave it to a man? Oh, are you not to say that there's women that aren't physicians?" Well, still, it's another person. That's his point. He goes, I didn't mean it like that. Yes, there's women physicians that are in these positions, but why, again, leave it up to somebody else? So I thought it was down to the person. So he hit him on all kinds of points. But the point is, yeah, it's even
I think
extreme
he
to some of
showed
the people.
fact that,
You know.
yes, I mean he's definitely for he even rang that idea a few times off on this whole thing about the safety of our children, the well-being of our children. He talks about how every society needs to understand that it's the children and it's to progress itself. If I can kind of in a recap some of what he said in a nutshell. So there's a few things he touched on. Obviously he touched on other subjects kind of briefly, but wanted to show lots of individuals. I mean, this is over what 100 or 100 an
John
hour and a half or
Salazar.
so of speech he said.
Thank you, brother.
So this is already
Don't tread on me. Yes. He's
yeah,
Texas
it's just the whole
1836.
Buzz Aldrin thing was interesting too. You know, he
Oh,
saw him.
yeah.
That
So
was,
Buzz has said some
that was
interesting things
interesting.
over the years, right? We've kind of tuned into some
Yeah.
different documentaries. And Vernon Turner, thank you, brother. So Buzz Aldrin in Interesting.
That is what it is. I know that I think another episode, Mike and I will probably go over or Mike might do a little something over the YouTube algorithms, and they kind of break a little list down of certain topics that either spoken or put
What
in
is
that
it?
they'll
Let's go ahead.
start.
It is NASA, moon landings, JFK, and
And the flat
9/11.
Earth, yeah,
Flat Earth,
yeah,
9/11.
9/11, flat Earth, and yeah. So if you start producing videos
Lynn.
that are quote unquote
Lynn Jackson.
unverified or things that's nice. So
Thank you so much. You Patriots rock.
it's interesting. A lot of it's I have some definitely some garage talk questions that need to be answered, or
What
definitely
would you
more
say on the
research being
15th?
done.
What do you think on the 15th? Which is
Well, I think very early on when he first started out, he did talk about a reconstructing or our government needs to be done a different way. It's this two-party system. It doesn't work. He alluded to the two-party system very early on in the speech, very quickly.
Well,
Now, that could be the Reconstruction Act that we talked about before, and maybe on the 15th coming up to where if it's not passed, because he said they have a motion on the floor, they have a budget that could be passed, and we could start functioning normally. There's some words that we all wanted to hear, I guess, at some point, but I think he's given them another 10 more days, which is not much if you think about it, because we're all caught up to date on our governmental workers. They're paid and
thank you.
Nice.
Is that how you say that? Oh,
with this
Rudy.
all being said,
Rudy Zarate and Screwy you. Thank you guys. I'm saying that right? You say it.
yeah, exactly. I can see it's already passed. There's so many awesome Patriots here with us. Even from across the pond, from South Africa. I mean, you
Love
guys
you
are
guys.
just coming from all over. Yeah, so it's
So,
lots of love, man. I mean,
If we're already building, we're already doing it. He's got the executive orders in. You can correlate them. We were saying this. It's so easy because why you use logic. If you have a war on drugs, but yet you have drugs coming in at the border, even if you have the whole border sealed up and you have the open gates, the entry points, you check, and you still have lots of drugs coming in, then you got to keep doing things to make it stop. But that's all there is to it. You don't ever get to a point of like, we've stopped 80%, there's 20% still getting in, and we're good with that. So we agree on that. It's not been being done, so it's just naturally easy if he's created these executive orders. He's got one on human trafficking now. We know that happens at the border, whether it's through the open ports, the open points, no fence, no barrier, or at the airports, boats, or any of our port of authorities, right? Which is many.
It's agreed upon that the southern border, we are bleeding as Americans, our economy, our safety. We are like a gut pig.
Everything's a
bleeding
little
out at the
band-aid,
southern
right?
border.
Is all we do. Like putting people
That's
there
all we're doing,
and checking cars
so-
is a band-aid because it's still getting through. Everyone agrees. Is the main focus the empty spots? That's where it can be disagreed upon. No, we shouldn't. I don't want to spend $1 there. Folks, I just went over an article today, 21 trillion unaccounted for. Just
Yeah, I
through
mean, there you go.
naturally seeing it. How do we, because we do get to see the budget, right, Ben? We get to see that black budget. We get to see what goes.
Well, there's
we don't know where it goes.
The public budget comes out. Yeah, I mean, there's a public budget that comes out, but I mean, you're
Gregory
talking
Hall,
about there's
political
departments
junkie.
and-
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
nice.
I'm going to call him out as I see him.
departments. Oh, no worries. Cool. Yeah, call them out for sure, man. You guys are just awesome. We do have a budget we do take a look at, but it's so watered down and it's so adjusted for the public view. We don't see the real true budget. Even the real true budget, the black budget, even those who have the ability to see the budget, even the black budget just says black budget. There's a reason why they call it the black budget, because that's just almost an empty hole of untransparency. That's why it's black. And all the other budgets involved. I think the bottom line is there could be something very large in 10 days involving the Reconstruction Act. We know that there's a House resolution still on the floor waiting to be basically voted in. or killed, or however they look at the action. So things are happening. This particular State of the Union address opened up a lot of questions and answered some questions, I would say, when it came to like what we're going to do. There's no doubt about it. We're going to be having better security. We have more military on our southern border. We know that there's already and has been structured a wall, a barrier made of different materials currently being built, has been built, will be built.
Haven't we seen graphs in the past, Ben, of like the amount of tax dollars that go to like our own stuff here? And a lot of people don't want our own stuff here. They act like, oh, it's a socialist economy to pay. David Lear, thank you. Right? I mean, people naturally here, the way it's set up is like, we don't want a bunch of tax dollars paying for my neighbor to do this or that. So that budget is very small. And we talk about like going into the school system, free college grants or any of that stuff. Okay, we don't have all that. People are like, we don't want that. Work for what you get. Fine. And that's probably the way it should be, right? Without a lot of tax dollars. But at the point that we're at now, they've gotten us to where we're given all this money, but all of it shoots overseas, supposedly, to do these things that we don't want to do for people here, but to do it for them over there. And people don't even know that.
Our foreign aid budget's out of control.
And this is another thing. And does it actually even trickle down to the people to help? If that's what it's not given as an aid to the people of this place, it's like to the government. So the government's over there. If they operate on anything like ours, they need a lot of money to make disappear, I guess. Right?
Exactly. No, you're right. Exactly. If we're the most transparent government because of our freedoms on Earth, then our foreign aid money goes to these very highly corrupt regimes.
I'm gonna give it to Ben for a few minutes. Go ahead and talk here for a few minutes, Ben. I gotta step out just for about 30 seconds.
I mean, obviously we can look at the body language and we can critique what Pelosi was doing, how many times she stood up, she didn't stand up. That could be her age. She's getting up there. A lot of times when he was making a point, some would stand up. A lot of people would stand up. He made some points about crimes against children and protecting our children, our future. Most people stood up. Some people stood down. They kept on seating. I will have to say, and I don't know, I could be wrong, and you guys, comment here down below. How many times did you hear, or has there ever been a time of a State of the Union address when they started chanting USA, USA, US? I mean, this was like one of his rallies. Like I haven't seen a State of the Union address where they start chanting it over and over. You can tell, we Americans are hungry. And we want justice, and we're fiercely about our freedoms. This USMCA deal with this Mexico abolishing the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. Our federal government, DC, before it became its own sovereign country in 1871, and even after that, still primarily they should get the bulk of their functioning budget through tariffs. The fact that they haven't done that for years and years and years, and prior presidencies or regimes, as you like to, how you look at them, basically never, and actually started tearing down and making it easier, and people and us financing other people's wall. We built Israel's wall for them for the amount of aid and the amount of money we gave them. We want a little bit for ourselves. So I believe what he's also doing is setting up the stage for a possible reconstruction or whatnot, because of tariffs is how we make the government function. That means we don't pay taxes, folks. And I mean like income tax. There's going to be a very small amount of fair tax around all 50 states, which is, look at the House
Season of the Witch, Boomer Williams. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah,
nice,
so you were getting into that a little bit.
So it's huge. Tariffs is a big thing for us, for sure. because that from having zero in our coffers to now having billions upon billions upon billions.
But it's only
Yes, it's not
0.02
trillions.
of our.
That's true. It's not
That's
trillions
that's
yet,
how they're
but
pitching it. You know, and
once
it's
it
like
passes people, it will be trillions. Once
if that was the
once
only thing they got, it
we
would be
have the
100%.
equitable.
Think about it. It'd be the big number. It'd be 100% of what they get is tariffs, and then if they took a little bit of tax of ours and put it in at the bottom, the news can say, your taxes are only 0.2 of what they're getting by tariffs. They could flip it around all day long.
Yeah.
We love that, right?
And nobody's paying. Yeah, how about the no property tax? Because kings don't pay taxes; they only pay tariffs. People.
Yeah.
And if there is a blanketed tax across all of the United States of America, it would have to be equal. It wouldn't be this cost of living where a gallon of milk is $10 in New York and it's $2 in Kentucky. It'd have to be equal amongst every state, but it can't be the lion's share operating budget for our government. It's all about tariffs. So I thought that was pretty interesting that he's also pushing that, because that sets up our government for long term. Our children, our children's children, our children's children's children. I mean, this is our generational legacy stuff, because if these trade agreements, and also the other one was the Equitable Trade Act, to where whoever we trade with, whatever tariffs they try to levy upon us, we'll match the same tariffs. So it doesn't matter
There's that
if
channel.
they do 120%.
Can you say that, Ben, what I just posted right here? Can you read that?
Trump is breaking.
What I just posted.
Oh, there.
The Patriot Hour.
Let me see here. It's going pretty quick here.
David Woodruff asked. Okay, he got a thumbs up. I just copied his name. I think that's exactly Dutchanese, is it? Duchess? Dutch sense.
Dutch sense, yep. Or ditch sense.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
So,
that's who shared the
no,
channel,
you know, I
guys,
mean,
or shared our feed.
oh, it's huge. So it's like, you know, there's that action, but you know, I mean, I think on the grand scale of things, he talked about human trafficking. He touched on our children. He touched on that there's a slave market existing in America today. He's talking about sex slaves. I mean, he really hit pretty hard, and there's a slave market. What do you
Yeah,
think?
modern day
people?
slavery, right? Modern day slavery.
Yes, and he said literally there is a slave market in America. What do you think they use slaves for? It's not for the slaves you think back in the days for doing
overseas.
like,
They probably in some places still
work.
get worked, but here, yeah, we don't need that.
It's
We're
not
all the
for
slaves.
manual
working.
labor. This is sex slaves. This is like sacrifice. This is evil, sadistic stuff. We you know.
So our tax slave
Excuse
is
me.
almost like we're all willing. We do it to earn, but we're almost happy and content with 4 months of my pay goes to pay the federal government. That's just how complacent we are. That's all. I mean, yes.
Yep, exactly. So I mean, a lot was said. I would have to say with when Woodman was on earlier. I don't think Trump hit it hard when he was like really going down. I think he was calm, he was cool, he was collect with it. I think he presented the people, in a way. I have some questions about some of the things he said, but again, as we'll talk about that in Garage Talk and do further investigation on that. But if I can take anything away from this, is that we're not going to be a socialistic country. We're a republic. He's very clear about that. Yeah, not going to allow it. We're not going to be communists. We're not going to allow it here, period. That's a good
It's
one.
like a poison,
Two,
folks, to our...
It's a poison. That's huge. I think the second one, obviously, would be the child and human trafficking. Because literally, if we're socialistic, that means all that's good. All that goes into play. So first, you got to get rid of the whole socialistic idea. Second, you got to wrap up the whole child trafficking, human trafficking, the modern day sex and slavery market they have in America, securing our southern borders however way possible, because that's where like 90 to almost, I wouldn't say 100%, but
And
let's
put it
say
this way,
98%.
if it's sealed up down there, and then it all shifted to the northern, and that'd be almost impossible because Canada's got pretty good security at their airports, their point of entries. They're already combating it in a way that Mexico should be, but Mexico's not. So they rely on the fact that almost nobody really wants to be in Mexico. So now when these people end up in their bigger cities that are decent and they like, because Americans come there, like Tijuana, oh, this is a big issue. Now they want to cart them into here to help them get on out of there. They're just but if it created a problem at our northern, we'd be chanting what then? Seal our borders all the way around.
Seal
folks.
our borders. Yep.
We're not saying that it's not guarded up there a little bit. Does it have the issues? No, it's just a fact that it doesn't. If it did, and if it creates one because we seal up our southern so well, now we have to really focus up there as well. It's what you have to do.
So he definitely, I would agree. I mean, right now we don't have a crisis that as we do in our southern border. You know, our northern is pretty rough, like you said. So
J-Red Dutchanese is back, prepping sapper. Thank you so much, Dutchanese. Thanks for sharing. I don't know if you're in here still.
Yeah, you guys, both of you guys are super awesome. No, it's stuff like that. So I'm sure that over time, the next few days, there's going to be more because I'm going to have to rewatch it, rewind it, pull it through, extrapolate some things. I like the Made in USA. I like the fact that the farm bill that was passed is going to be the foundation of our new USMCA deal, because I think it's going to pass. It's almost, if you go against it, you're an idiot, and you show your cards. You don't want to show your cards on something is like this. You know what I'm saying? Most of these deep states are not going to. The North American Free Trade Agreement is so utterly negative, detrimental to America, and like this is why everybody else has prospered and we haven't.
And why did they ever use the word free in there? You know, if you go into the history of this, is when it all started. They wanted to change words back then to. This has been going on for a long time. This whole changing of words, meaning. Because there was nothing good or free. North America free for everyone to pillage from here, but outward from here out, it was every single bit of tariff, basically, right? I mean, it's whether they call them that in other countries.
Oh yeah, no, it's Mike and I say it all the time. It's word porn. The bottom line is
and they're
they
good
can't
at it.
change things. Just like the Federal Reserve is not federal, nor does it carry any reserves.
Why did they do that?
I mean, it's just
when they came back to meet, they're like, no, last time they threw us out, we went to war. This time we got to do it better. So they came up, like Ben said, Federal Reserve will, trick the people. Ah, ha, ha, ha. And boy, oh boy, did it. I mean, that still shocks people to this day. Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. What do you mean? Federal Express isn't federal either? No. Folks. It's a guy.
Hey, about federal ammunition. I didn't know that our government makes ammunition.
Yes.
Exactly. So we know that they've been changing these words, and so the bottom line is we know that the District of Columbia is far too overreaching and has far too much power, and the states are not working in concert to keep a good stranglehold and a grip on DC. DC is too powerful, and we can see what happens when, and not even when, for the last 50 to 100 years, crime, slavery, none of this gone away. Do you think this just happened in the last 2 years, you guys? You think all this crime and craziness and this whole slave market in America has happened in just the last 2 years?
Robbie
It's been going
Raw
on for a long time. Nice.
It was true, right and real. Thank you, brother.
It's almost like you sent me or we were talking about, they're pushing that during the shutdown that people were losing their homes and they were dying and they were starving and they couldn't get things.
Day 34.
And it was the record shutdown. 34, days total. or 35 days or whatever.
I mean, your phone doesn't even
like
get cut
you
off
tell
in
me-
30 days. Your cell phones, your cable, your internet, your electric,
Exactly.
nothing. So
Months have to go by.
the people
before
they
start
found, like I
shutting you off
said,
and kicking you
CNN
out.
called, a list of 50 to 60 federal employees, and no, we're fine. We blah blah blah. Oh, okay. Well, have a good day. Bye. Click. And they called until they got to the 9th or 10th. Somebody that was already in distress. Oh, I'm hurt. I'm not going to be able to either pay this or that. Oh, okay. They take notes and they decide who they're going to send the camera over to. They found the hurtingest one here is out of Ohio. So, folks, it's been an interesting little run. Trump said, what did he say on that? He's like, we know. Was he talking about the government when he said we know that it could operate? We just went through a little test run, 35 days of.
I think. Well, it was just. I don't think he said too much about that. Also, other than that, we have 10 days. We need to work together. I don't think he's going to want. I don't think who wants to keep the government shut down. We're trying to prosper as a nation. He did say that about reopening so we can prosper the middle class, and he wants to keep going. ICE has my own personal reservations with the Federal Reserve, some of the things going on.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, our southern border is a pretty big call. It's a pretty big deal right now, and we could stop a lot of other fringe things happening, like the MS-13 crime and all.
So we got the economy going for us, right? I mean, like you say, if you're going to put it in order, and if we're 140 years, if we go back to 1776, but we can go to 1831 with the Federal Reserve's Organic Act, and then to 1913 with the introduction of the Fed Reserve, IRS, taxes. 140 years in on that, and where do you start if you're going to even do? We know, we can listen currently. Oh, you didn't say nothing about his, but we know the paperwork he's put in. Whether or not people are paying attention, we are. So when you look at a reorganizing of the government, it's become far to this, and then it talks about a lot of this input should come from the people. This is the government of the people, so it's the people's input, and we got to listen. So there is a possible reorganizing coming, a smaller government in aspects. But
brown eyes
like
rule. Thank you.
But like you said, border. So what do you put? Do you try to systematically take down the government to make it shrinking at the same time you're building up the military, or some of the other paperwork we're following? All right, I mean, folks, you can't have a war on drugs, you can't have a war on human trafficking, you can't have a war on illegal immigration if you don't do anything about it. So I guess first things first, for sure.
Gotta have a wall. I mean, if you don't have a wall, we don't have a nation. And if we don't have a nation, then what the hell are we all here for? I mean, what are we fighting for? So I would agree that a wall is a huge one. Now, the military budget being the largest ever, if a lot of the soldiers are coming home, where do you think maybe some of that money is going to be going towards? Maybe new way military stations or checkpoints along the southern border, new construction happening, connecting. Maybe we having new barracks. If most of our men and women are fighting force come home, we still need to have a functioning, well-regimented militia, military, right? Where was the best place to have them train? On our southern borders. How about some of our northern borders? So are we going to start building? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the possibilities of what's happening.
What about the
guys,
Trump
are huge.
Tesla connection that we got into a little? I did a little bit of a part one. I know there's going to be a part two. Lots more to get into. Sure. But
we'll recap. I think we can talk about this. I would say that as they're wrapping it up, Trump Tesla already there's already blueprints out. You can see them. It's in public record where they talks about having a sonic barrier. We use Tesla technology all the time in our refrigerator, our microwave. They have non-lethal weapons that we know that the military currently uses and deploys during large crowd situations. They call it sonic weapons. They can turn these sonic weapons and make people, they can, they can cringe over with pain and burns your skin. It's non-lethal. We know Tesla has other inventions and things like this, and it all ties into our president's uncle, John J. Trump. John J. Trump and Dr. Van de Graaff were working together, and they came across the Trump papers, and that dealt with a lot of papers that were seized upon Tesla's death at the New Yorker, I believe, the hotel.
Yeah.
And then, of course, years later, they were able to get their hands on them. And
interesting.
Go ahead.
Just interesting part of this in my video. They painted the picture, and you'd think it just to be like today, that John J. Trump, he did work for the government, right, in sorts, or he was tasked with going through this stuff by the government, and he had came out
John J. Trump's time,
within several months or years saying that it was all incomplete, it was all acting like really kind of degrading the Tesla paperwork, acting of sorts on the federal kind of narrative of. So nothing to see here
to reconstruct, and a lot of it was missing.
Mm-hmm. But
therefore, go ahead.
Is that would you maybe think that could be a narrative that they wanted to put out back then, kind of like they do today with don't look here, there's nothing here.
Well, yeah, I would agree. They gave John J. Trump he had a commission, or they actually gave him the papers. And when he reported back,
so like full ring,
they were nothing much.
Papers. Yeah,
there was nothing there. They said they're yours, they're fine, keep them. You got to understand, at that point in time, John J. Trump worked for MIT. He dealt with high energy output devices, working with Van de Graaff. If you know who Dr. Van de Graaff is, it's kind of a place of the guys, maybe whatever. You know the Van de Graaff machine that creates a lot of electricity,
Husker fan,
up to it, and your air. So they were dealing with high output electricity. And in that time when the military needed some people to look at some nuclear stuff, whatever, they would go to university experts and university professors who were in this field back in the day, because they weren't the military industrial complex they are today. Well, John J. Trump was the elite. He was at MIT as a professor, really smart guy working with cutting edge technology with high output electricity. Who did the person go to? John J. Trump. Nutshell, they gave him the papers. He has the papers. President Trump, Donald J. Trump, loved his uncle, would always hang out with him, and we've always talked about this. He would talk about stories of them talking about nuclear physics and
nuclear war before there was nuclear war.
Nuclear war and this kind of stuff. And when his uncle passed, he all the papers went to our President Trump. So Donald Trump has all of these Tesla papers with his uncle's notes and all of his uncle's papers, he's got them all. And this talks about 0 point energy, free energy. Where do you think our Wi-Fi and all this technology we're looking at comes from?
So when we talk about a lot of times the world as we know it, that would be a good dupage, folks. We all think, I got everything. I got the internet. I could look at all books. But it's like, well, if they've set the groundwork for us, it's like kind of like we talked about with gravity or something, and then they give you the math to work it, and it kind of like, according to this, that kind of makes sense. Well, what if that's all a lie? What if there's like 4 more elements on the periodic table that we don't know about? That changes the rules of things, all right? That's all we're saying. That's the possibilities you got to kind of think about. When we've seen these things in the sky, are they foreign alien technology, or is it government? And if it is government, how do they do these maneuvers that are just impossible, that people have recorded? I've seen them myself. There's no dispute.
Oh, yes.
So it's the world as we know it. All right, that's something to keep in mind.
That's
sometimes.
very clear. No, I agree with you. I mean, let's definitely stay tuned for that. That should be some more information coming out. Plus, there has been Tesla papers that has been released to the public here very recently, the FBI papers. There's been a lot of them, so that's kind of fun to go over. And that deals with virtual sonic walls, barriers of sorts to keep people out instead of having a physical fence. So it's kind of interesting to see how that comes in play. But
I got a
tonight was a big night, folks.
Technological fence, folks. At my property, it's a dog one. It was here when I moved in, but
high tech.
yeah, it's it gives a sound to the dog, which is my dog's trained to the sound. If it hears a sound, it knows to turn back. If it goes too far, I think it does administer a shock. Now that is the most craziest thing. We don't even have it on a lot. Once she got trained to it, she learned, and then the collar's not even on. But you think about that. Tesla talked about an impenetrable wall of a field. Is that what we have today? Like a lot of Tesla technology as far as Wi-Fi, how our phones connect, this whole, then
Yes.
you could take that a step further and you think like harnessing, energy from the stratosphere and then delivering that to houses in that.
The ionosphere, yeah.
The ionosphere, yes. There's a lot of, electricity just sitting up there, useless. It's collecting. It's, however you want to put it, folks. These are things that, it seems like we have gotten since Tesla's passed, the late 40s. I think it was 48 in that hotel. Wasn't the 50s really changing for us? Yeah, it was 43, really 48, somewhere in the 40s. Let's just say, split the difference and say 1945 or something in there.
There you go.
But bottom line is the 50s, 60s, 70s, what do we start seeing? Some of this.
Well, we can implement the stuff he was talking about in the last days of his life in 2019, in the 21st century. And I'm hoping that with what the president had said tonight, we know our president is not an ignorant, dumb man as the left portrays him to be. This individual, our president, is extremely smart. He has the team behind him. He has the information that I can safely say that none of us have in regards to Tesla paperwork. He comes from a line and a family of people who are movers and shakers and who know things that most of our family members and our great-grandfathers don't know. I mean, let's just be honest. So the bottom line is something is happening. 10 more days, the olive branch to get this thing back up and going, get the District of Columbia up and running on functioning and not being a looming partial shutdown. They got 10 days. If that doesn't happen, I think there is a reconstruction going to be happening. Because
so with calling it a national emergency, it might just create a little bit more of a. I mean, there's already a lot of hype.
There's hype. I would agree.
I can't get over the fact that, and we're learning here as a news channel trying to bring it, but it's like we didn't even catch on to be like, we need to build the wall. But then all of a sudden he comes out, well, we're already building the wall. But even after, like, he acted like it wasn't getting built, then he comes out and says it, and it's like every chance. Then the left didn't dispute that it wasn't being built. They acted like, well, he's a moron for acting like it's an emergency when it's already getting built. But they wouldn't report on it that it was already being built. Did they not know? They haven't been following along. They haven't seen the executive orders either. Unbelievable, folks. So it's almost like he gets everybody sometimes on things. So what does the national emergency do other than what's already happening now? It just gets a little bit more attention, some direct funding, something more in areas.
It gets more
maybe.
Funding. Yes, things happen faster. You get basically more people on it, and as a national emergency, you can have the Army Corps of Engineers, and you can have military, and obviously that's your National Guard. Things like this gets called up. So yes, in a national emergency, it happens real fast.
All right, folks. So sometimes I just play that devil's advocate there. I know that. Ben knows that. We want to get it across in a way that you know that.
Yes. Good show. Good
so
show.
This is
folks.
how we do it instead of just, So, all right. Well, it's been great. We got 2,000 still in the room. I'm going to play at least a video or two on loop for a little bit longer for you guys to trickle out. I'm going to give Ben maybe last little words of wisdom, advice, collective thought on everything we did tonight, and then I'll go, and then we'll shut her down.
It was interesting. This speech tonight, there were some ups and downs. Again, we're going to still kind of analyze this, but the bottom line is you see it here quite clearly, man. It's we the people. It's the Americans. It's not the District of Columbia. It's not their policies, procedures, regulations, and violations. It's law. It's constitutional law. It's the United States of a government, and it's you. It's me. It's your neighbor. Get to know your neighbor, get to do something in your local community, because that's what America is. If we lose that and we get away, we want to become a one world government, speaking one language, one gender, one everything. That's pure evil. And that's not our goal. Our goal is to keep America America. And we want you to come in and be a part and become an American, because we want to keep our independence. We love our sovereignty, and we'll fight that to the very end. God bless you. God bless your family. Godspeed, and man, keep on fighting, because it's not done. It's really we will win this small little battles here, but the war will go on when it comes to truth and giving our freedoms back to those who deserve it. We the people.
Nice. We had just had 1984 in the room. What a great year. It took me back for a minute looking up at the amount of people in the room. I was like, 1984, whoa. All right, folks. Ben said it best there. I agree. As Trump, as we've known, we've done videos, Trump's a former insider, right? Former insider.
Oh, yes.
Folks, the New World Order, they don't want sovereignty. They don't want borders. They, like Ben said, one world, language eventually, one world religion, one world money. How does that pan out? How does that play? Who's in charge? Who would know? But you don't get there by doing what Trump's doing with the executive orders. You having stopping human trafficking. Who runs these things? We could all agree human trafficking exists. Drug runners exist. The mules, the people that are running stuff over the border, do you think they're running the operation? Hell no. Somebody's above them. Somebody above them is in charge. And who are these people? It's all coming to a halt, because you can't be part of that system and then literally keep your sovereignty, get your borders up, start charging everybody these amounts. This is the exact opposite of what was trying to go down. So we're witnessing it. It's great, and we're going to keep following along. But yeah, in the next 10 days, is there going to be a national emergency declared? Well, it seems like Trump's given them plenty of opportunities at this point. We're talking about the 8th or 9th time publicly, plus every day that goes by and no deals get made. So we'll see. All right, I'm Mike. This is a Patriot Hour. God bless, Godspeed to each and every one of you worldwide. And we'll see you back here tomorrow with all the breaking news that you could that we hear that needs to be brought to you at that given time. All right, we'll see you back here real soon. God bless.
Are you listening?